ECCA, Mr. Roberto Frassine.
Thank you for the nice introduction. My role is to give you a little bit of a framework of this initiative. I have only 100 slides, so it will not take more than 10 minutes. Let's go. So this is what we are in a few words. We are a ASBL based in Brussels. We celebrate this year 65th birthday of the association. The vision statement is that we want to be the unified voice of the European composites sector across the entire value chain, and we want to support the sustainable growth of the industry and promote the development of a flourishing business environment. Next slide, please. Our membership is made of 3 parts. On the left side, you see the national associations across Europe in different countries. Then to the top right, we have sectorial organizations like the 2 at the top are representing the resin raw materials. EPTA is the European Pultruders Association, and TechFab is for technical textiles. And last but not least, at the bottom right, you have our sectorial alliances, which are part of Fuchsia. Historically, the SMC-BMC Alliance, with which we are cooperating since more than 10 years now. But in the 3 brand new sectorial alliances that we started this year, the European Circular Composites Alliance, the European Rebar Council, and the Carbon Fiber Europe Association. Next slide. We are also involved in several European projects in order to be sure that we communicate all the results of those projects in an efficient way, and we contribute to the development of the research on composite materials in Europe. Max Blade is about tidal turbines. Refresh and Eolian are about wind energy, so they are all on green energies, and especially Refresh is focused on taking the recycling of wind blades at an industrial scale. It's a very interesting project that is getting into the last year. Next year, and Pleiades is about application in aerospace. All 4 projects make a very good picture of what are our interests at the moment. What we are looking for when we are working for the sector. We want to make composite recycling economically viable. We would like to have a dedicated waste classification for composite materials and harmonize rules for cross-border transportation of composite waste. This is not always the best solution, but in some cases it is essential. So we would like to lift this barrier to the increase in the recycle uptake in the European market. Of course, we want to ensure that all regulation and legislations recognize that there are many recycling routes that can be applied in different situations. And of course, we support the scale up of those technologies for a level playing field across Europe. These are our activities. We want to position ourselves and promote the development of our industry, advocate for supporting the decision makers in defining standards and legislation, facilitate the growth of the composite industry and the creation of a sustainable business environment in Europe, educate, especially the young generations, but all across the entire value chain and for all ages to develop the knowledge of these materials. And of course, we provide to our members a network of relations. Composites are important in our industry. You all know how important they are. You find them in all industrial sectors. And having different lifetimes. The longer lifetime may be aerospace and construction, and then you come down to consumer applications all across the modern products. Next slide. Europe is a big player in the world. We don't have time to go through this very complicated slide, but you will have the slides for looking at those numbers. But I just want to point your attention on the fact that Europe is currently nearly 20% of the entire world market of composites, being China and North America, of course, leading the race. Next slide. Composites can be recycled. We have many recycling technologies, and they are circular material because they are long-lasting, and they can be reused for many, many times after the end of life of the application in both the open loop and closed loop situation. We want not only to focus on recycling, but also on all strategies for composite circularity, especially in our activities in ECCA. We would like to develop new case studies on how to extend the lifetime of the component before coming down to the recycling, which is destroying the component and producing a new material and a new product. And so this will be a focus on our activity. Next slide. So we decided that, well, it was time to start an initiative because there was a lack of unified voice and coordinated roadmap on those topics. So we were inspired by the CPA initiative from the European Commission, and we decided to launch the ECCA with the support of JC, which we thank very much. So our ambition is to be the unified platform for composite circularity to advance the circular economy of composite materials by bringing together all stakeholders, and you are an impressive proof that this is working, driving collective action and speaking with one voice to the external world. Next slide, please. This is our logo. So our objectives are, first of all, to unite a fragmented landscape, and this is what we are doing in those months since the launch of the initiative last March. We want to position composites as strategic materials for Europe, accelerate scalable recycling solution, or I would say circular solution, not only recycling. Try to work with policymakers to shape the EU legislation proactively in order to develop a flourishing circular value chain for composite materials. This is the starting of the journey on March 4th at the JC World in Paris. We launched officially the European Circular Composites Alliance, and since then the signatories of the alliance have been growing exponentially. So it has been really impressive. We are now more than 180 signatories in the alliance, which testifies the interest of the industry in this initiative. Next slide, Rafael. This is a little bit of split up of signatories by category. Raw materials and part manufacturers are the most important contributors to the alliance, but we have also recyclers and waste managers, and the number is continuously growing. In terms of nationality, United Kingdom is leading the race, is a top position with more than 30 signatories, and then France, Germany, and Italy are following closely, which testifies that this is a topic that is widespread. The interest on this topic is widespread across Europe. Next slide. Thank you.
What a wonderful way to kind of set the tone of really how our day is going to unfold right now. And as you just heard there, 180 members, growing fast. And I can imagine this time next year, I can only imagine the numbers that we'll be looking at on the screen and sharing with you again. Right, so clearly circular economy is important, it's essential, but essentially for the European Commission, it's a political priority. Let's hear right now how, why, the ins and outs, and to help us kind of make sense of that right now, a gentleman who's going to do that for us right now. In fact, head of unit at Directorate General for Internal Market, Industry, Entrepreneurship and SMEs. Please welcome Stefano Soro.
Good morning. I'm particularly delighted. No, but this is what I don't need this.
This is for online.
For online, sorry. Yeah, can it both? Yeah, oh, complicated. You know, I'm a boomer. So anyway, thank you very much for having me here today. I mean, Roberto has reminded us how important composites are. If there was a need to tell you, probably he was telling Linus here and me. I'm all bought up on the importance of wind construction, defense piping, and all that jazz. But being a very keen Sunday cyclist, I mean, composites provide me regular joy every weekend and all summer long. Putting that joy between my legs and going around the countryside around Brussels or the mountains in Italy. So I'm a convert for a few years now, so I'm particularly happy to be here today. So we discussed with Roberto and Rafael about this intervention, and I'm not going to speak for half an hour. Pope Francis, sorry, I'm a Catholic, nobody's perfect, but Pope Francis said a very secular thing, that if you preach for more than 10 minutes, you lose the faithful. So I'll try to stick to around that timing, and then we'll have time for an exchange, as our moderator told us. So why is circularity a political priority for the European Commission? And the fact that it's a European priority, despite all the sort of ambient rumor about the Green Deal being ditched in Brussels, and the wind having changed, and the narrative shifting towards other things, it remains a pillar of the Commission strategies. It's a pillar of the Clean Industrial Deal and everything that came with it. Most recently, President von der Leyen stressed that very clearly in her State of the Union address in September. It's probably the part of the Green Deal and the Clean Industrial Deal that got more attention, and the reasons are pretty clear to us as policymakers. We hope that we see that they are clear to businesses, if you read the Antwerp declarations, for instance, and it's also clear to politicians. Frankly, last year, the manifestos in the run-up to the European elections of the parties that bothered to put out the manifestos, despite the differences in tone, obviously, were pretty converging on this. And the reasons behind is that compared to the world of 15 years ago, we live in a changed environment. An environment, I don't mean environment from a client's environment. We live in a different world. We have, I mean, I have two children who are 22 and 25. And a few years ago, they were participating in Friday manifestations because their parents were leaving them a shit planet, et cetera, et cetera. And we're having interesting conversation around the dinner table. But I mean, the fact that we don't have a planet B is a fact. You know, it's not the dream of teenagers. And also from a stable context in which, from the 1990s, let's say, from the end of the Cold War to the late noughties, we prospered, thanks to being open, to the growth in international trade, to being the most permeable single market in the world, in a context of stability and stable growth, which also forgave our shortcomings and the shortcomings of the single market, as highlighted by the Letta and Draghi report. I hope you're familiar with those. But I mean, basically, there are two former Italian prime ministers, Enrico Letta, who was commissioned a report on the single market by the European Council, so by the governments of the member states, and Professor Mario Draghi, who was commissioned a report on European competitiveness, and they overlap largely. And it was commissioned by President von der Leyen. The diagnostic is consistent, is very similar, despite these two reports being commissioned by two different institutions and being developed by two teams. And I have a bit the feeling that one has in a large private business, when the consultants are called in, everybody knows what's wrong, but you need someone from outside to tell you what's wrong so you can overcome some resistances to change and fix it. The overcoming of the resistances to change is going to be a bit more complicated here. But I mean, this context has shifted since the financial crisis of 2008 and 2009. We've been going through crisis after crisis. So we've gone from a stable growth context to a context of perma-crisis. And this context has highlighted two fundamental weaknesses of the European Union, with particular reference to critical value chains, energy, clean tech, energy intensives, medicine, biotech, etc., which expose us to two very dangerous vulnerabilities. The first one is hyper-dependencies concentrated on single sources of supply. I hope that the lesson of the Russian gas, which was learned, we got out of it pretty much effectively. I don't know how efficiently, because it's been expensive and it's still expensive. But I mean, at least it taught us that the management of our dependencies is something that we should take care of. And we don't want to replace Russian gas with total dependencies on Chinese clean tech or what have you, And the second fundamental weakness is the weakening of our manufacturing base. So in a nutshell, all that we are doing in terms of, we as Commission, in terms of developing strategies for the future, in particular industrial, economic, and energy related, has two objectives. I'm simplifying, but has two objectives. First of all, reinforcing our industrial base. I mean, you've heard, I hope, or it's been, some of you are Brussels insider, other of you are part of multinational businesses. At least the political intentions of the European Commission at its higher level. There's industrial politics back in town. We're talking about made in Europe. We're talking about diversifying away, in particular as regard public markets and public procurement, away from short-term price-only considerations towards strategic autonomy, resilience, cybersecurity, made in Europe. I mean, the sentence has been mentioned now, also repeatedly by the president and by a number of commissioners. So first of all, reinforcing our industrial base, and secondly, diversifying the sources of supply of raw materials and critical technologies. Circularity is a key element of both. Why is it? Circularity is a cornerstone of sustainability, and sustainability is, I would argue, a multidimensional concept. In a nutshell, I mean, when one mentions sustainability in the public discourse these days, the intuitive meaning is climate and environmental sustainability. Fine, that's we have to preserve our planet. We all see, although some of us try to turn the head away, the change in the climate patterns, the prevalence of extreme meteorological phenomena and all that. And we've done our homework, at least at home. The climate law, the objectives of reduction of GHG emissions and all that jazz. But sustainability has also other dimensions, which are fundamental. We are a small continent with 5.8% of the world population. When I was born in 1966, it was more around 20. As a continent, we do less than 7% of global GHG emissions, and we have reduced them. We have a pretty dire demographic pyramid. So we're an aging continent. And we're not very resource rich, primary raw materials and resources and fossil energy rich. And whatever we have underground is difficult to extract, refine, and process for sometimes economic, but equally social and political reasons. With the receding of the COVID pandemic about 3-4 years ago, we've seen where the prices for critical raw materials have gone. Great instability, great volatility, but all trending upwards. And the competition and the pressure on critical raw materials, despite short-term volatility, is going only one way. We have, in the last 10 years, as a planet, consumed more raw materials and material inputs in the whole of the 20th century. So, and this is the trend that we're not going to reverse anytime soon. So, besides climate and environment, we have also to take care of the economic and financial sustainability of our economic, industrial, and energy-related model. And even if we are completely cuckoo and we think that, like a very important politician on the other side of the Atlantic, that climate change is a hoax, there is no arguing, at least in Europe, that keeping precious increasingly hard to come by, increasingly expensive also in a dimension that we'll mention in a second, materials in the economic loop is important also from an economic and financial point of view. So the third dimension of sustainability that I would like to mention today is the political and geopolitical sustainability of our model. I mentioned Russian gas, which is headline news today in Europe because the European Union is trying to go one step forward and banning outright the import of Russian gas. We mentioned Chinese clean tech, we mentioned raw materials. I mean, we have to, given what we are and how we are structured, we need to manage our dependencies. I won't dwell more on this. We've done, as policymakers and with the co-legislators, a lot of initiatives, Repower EU, the Green Deal Industrial Plan, with the Critical Raw Materials Act and the Net Zero Industry Act. There's been the Competitiveness Compass with the Clean Industrial Deal, all that is coming with it. Yesterday, the Commission adopted another plan on raw materials, which is very important, which is Resource EU. The Industrial Accelerator Act proposal is going to be adopted hopefully next week, and so on and so forth. We have adopted eco-design legislation, new eco-design legislation. We are working on a Critical Raw Materials Act. So we have taken a number of initiatives which have a specific dimension of management of our dependencies, or political and geopolitical management of our dependencies. There's going to be a review of public procurement legislation that aims to go in that direction as well. And finally, last but by no means least, this is extremely important for our future, a cross-cutting dimension of sustainability is the social dimension of sustainability. We cannot decarbonize by industrializing. I mean, if we do that, first of all, we don't do the planet any favor because we export emissions. Actually, the planet doesn't give a damn whether it's 5 or 10 or 15 degrees warmer. It's the people and the species on the planet that are going to suffer. But anyway, we don't do the global world population and our ecosystem any favor, and we shoot ourselves in the feet. We hit the most vulnerable regions of Europe. We hit the most vulnerable layers of our population. And then the results are seen in the ballot box, or, for instance, in the absence of ballots in the ballot box. We need to accompany the transition with support measures to dampen externalities. upskilling, reskilling, addressing energy poverty, etc., etc. The objectives are those which I mentioned. So internally reinforce our manufacturing and production base in critical value chains. Tear down the barriers that still exist in the internal market, in particular as regards circularity, because we are talking about circularity here today, about things like end of waste criteria, the definition of byproducts, EPR schemes, etc., etc. And these are headline objectives of the Circular Economy Act. Externally, okay, we are the largest single market in the world. We are the most open single market in the world. Nobody in the right state of mind can think that we can go full autarky, because, you know, we will just disappear. The game here is to remain open, but to, on the one hand, be a thriving producer of critical products and critical technologies, and composites are the base, at the base, as we've seen. You know, I don't have to, I guess I would be preaching to the converted here. And to diversify our sources of supply, and to bring enforcement of our rules to the borders of the European Union, to make market surveillance and enforcement of our rules as strong at the borders of Europe, because we don't want to see, you know, if you talk, I mean, I guess you have a lot of permeability with the plastics value chain here, and you know the plight of recyclers in Europe, and part of the plight of the recyclers is a failure in market surveillance. And we don't, on the one hand, and on the other hand, we want also, given that in particular the climate and environment dimension of sustainability is a global one, we want to have an impact also outside the European Union. So we want to remain open for business, we want to remain a significant player, and we want to have a global impact. And I guess that having an alliance of the key players in the composite value chain that deals with circularity is a very good idea in this respect. Now, to close, I've gone over 10 minutes. I mean, I'm sorry. I was asked to give you a few highlights of the new legislation which has entered in force last year on eco-design for sustainable products and on the Circular Economy Act. Basically, eco-design for sustainable products is the antithesis of the reinvention of the wheel. We have taken a very successful model, which is the eco-design and energy labeling model, which is in force since 2007 in Europe, which every year saves its application, every year saves the equivalent of the final consumption of electricity of Italy, so more than 1,200 terawatt hours a year. That's a lot, and it's a lot in particular for a resource poor continent which depends on external sources of supply, in particular fossil energies. And it's also an estimated savings of almost 400 euros per household, and given the prices of electricity, that's very important. We've gone from a model which was based only on energy or energy and water using products, benchmarked mostly on the use phase, to something which is much broader, which concerns potentially all products with the exception of food and feed and medicines. And it's moving to a life cycle phase from design to end of life. And again, you know, thinking of composites, there's a lot that comes to mind as a potential role in this. The Commission has adopted a working program in April with a number of priorities. The philosophy is the same. The framework legislation does not have many direct impacts. but we're starting regulating classes of products. The difference is that this time we're going also for intermediates. So the first classes that are being regulated are tires, apparels, textile apparels, furniture. We're going to go with steel and then aluminum, and then some electronic products during this mandate of the Commission. We see the first signs that we have are positive. We engage a lot with the industries on this, and we'll keep engaging with them. The second thing I would like to tell you about in a minute is the Circular Economy Act. Why are we doing it? Because we want to have a business case for secondary raw materials in Europe. That's it. I mean, the cost of virgin materials is increasing. I'm not repeating myself, but even for those which are significantly, for those materials where the secondary raw material is significantly cheaper than the primary raw materials, and it's a case of aluminium, copper is going, you know, and steel, the business case is not fully there. For plastics, for the different polymers, PET in particular is secondary 70% more expensive than primary, but we have to take into account the elements I was mentioning before. The externalities are not reflected in the price, and also the price, I'm afraid, my educated guess is that the difference in price is also due in part, or so the industry and NGOs also tell us, to failures in market surveillance. So that's very important. Circularity is a matter of resilience and strategic autonomy. We have seen the failures I mentioned before. So basically, the 4 headline objectives of the Circular Economy Act will be a horizontal approach in cutting red tape, unlocking the single market full potential, so deal with the barriers that are on the internal market, and the waste criteria, waste management systems, treatment standard for recyclers in the WE, etc., ensuring demand for EU secondary materials and recycled. So propping up demand, not act only on the supply side. And finally, again, on demand, incentivizing industrial use of secondary raw materials. I think I've preached more than Pope Francis would have liked. So I'll stop here and thank you very much for surviving this.
We'll actually open up for questions now. So if you have a question, just put up your hand and then press your red button and we can ask a question.
Just to break the ice. What are, in your opinion, the opportunities for the composite sector provided by the next steps in the Circular Economy Act from the legislation point of view?
I mean, I think they are great. I mean, to me, I spent over 31 years with the Commission, of which about 28 on internal market issues, 25 on internal market issues, and most of these on products. And I still see the internal market, the single market for product is supposed to be the most accomplished of the different services, like, you know. By the way, I haven't mentioned it, one of my obsessions to support the objectives of everything, including the Circular Economy Act, the Clean Industrial Deal, etc. And Mario Draghi says it very clearly, it's a capital markets union. I mean, venture capital in Europe is ridiculous. We have 27 markets, very fragmented. Every time there's, you know, an Italian bank that wants to buy a German bank, so no, you know. And then the Americans and the Chinese come. There are 300 billion of private saving that are leaving Europe every year. But coming back, you know, evangelically looking at the beam in my eye rather than the straw in the eye of the fragmentation of the capital markets. I think that the barriers on internal market are something, the destruction as much as possible of the barriers on the internal market that prevent the circulation of secondary raw materials, prevent the creation of the secondary material, and prevent potential secondary raw materials from becoming waste, are still very significant. It's not specific to composites, but I think that also for, recycling wind turbines, even, transporting wind turbines is something that we have to deal with. I think that's the most, for me, that's the most important thing that we have to do, and do everything that we can to improve our circularity rate, and not just, in the narrative of the Circular Economy Act, which I spared you, but now I'm going to inflict on you. The headline thing is that our circularity rate, which is measured by the circular material use rate, which is the amount of recycled raw materials that are used in certain economies, has been stagnating for the last 15 years. It's gone. It was 10.7% in 2010, is 12.2, 12.5 in 2024, something like that. And some countries have actually gone back. We want to bring circularity upstream in value chains. We want, you were talking about reusing, repurposing, et cetera, and having a seamless internal market will help, I think, significantly in that. Will help preventing the destruction of products at the end of their lives, will prevent businesses being forced by stupid regulation to basically distract and export certain materials because it's easier to ship them to Turkey or India or China. And I'm not mentioning these because for ferrous metals is one, for paper is another one, for plastic is the third one. Rather than repurpose, reuse, and recycle, remanufacture here. By the way, there's also another element, is that we have independent scientific evidence pointing to the fact that circularity means jobs, means high value added jobs, means long-term jobs that are more difficult to delocalize than manufacturing jobs. Oh.
That's music to our ears.
Everybody from Westway, we're a raw material supplier, part of the chemical industry. What we see is chemical plants shutting down. We've shut down our own. What we see is disinvestment into recycling. And while there's sorry to say, a lot of talk on decarbonisation, not through deindustrialisation, it does seem to be happening. We're concerned that the chemical industry becomes like the steel industry, like the EV industry, goes forward. But the question at the end of that speech is timing. It's the timing for real action to protect the industry in Europe.
This is a political question. I'm not a politician, but as an observer, as an educated observer, I can tell you, that there has been a lot of action. Of course, it's not all about. We're not the Soviet Union, so it's not about centralized political decision making. It's also about other conditions. And for instance, the cost of energy is a big millstone around the neck of our industries. It's not the only one. Otherwise, Northvolt would have been a great success. But it's a very important one. There is a lot of action going on in terms of policy making. I've mentioned a number of initiatives which have, seen the light, that are designed exactly to provide enabling conditions for industry to thrive. We're not compromising on our climate objectives because they're important and we're attached to it. But we think also for the reasons that I mentioned, we're not the US, we don't have a lot of oil or gas, et cetera, that circularity is going to be part of this success for us. I mean, it's one of the pillars of our management of dependencies. I don't think there are miracle recipes. I would argue that from our point of view, trying to, as much as we can, to address the potential reserve in growth and prosperity that is still made untappable by the barriers that we have on internal market, would contribute significantly to prevent closures. And then, there are things that close, and hopefully there are things that will open also. But yeah, and when people say the chemical industry, I mean, I've worked. My first job was in a chemical plant in a multinational that I won't name, but that you all know for sure. If you use toothpaste and soap, you know it. And no, it's not Unilever or Procter & Gamble. Chemical industry is so pervasive that we have to be careful in dismissing it as something which is polluting and bad and emitting, etc., etc. If we want implantable medical devices, we need the chemical industry. If we want blood bags, we need plastics, because glass, which is chemical industry anyway, etc., etc. So it's true, we feel the pain. I meet Cefic regularly. I'm not a politician. I don't have miracle solutions. I've seen the pace of action accelerate and being directed to the objectives of preventing or avoiding the industrialization as much as possible. That's all I can say, I think.
Very fine.
Also from fibers already, like when going further, and also recycling composites. But recycling has always a cost. If we see what we have seen today in the world, China did not make any carbon fibers before. They have made it, but now they do. They immediately tripled the production, and the consequences immediately. There's too much. And they are dumping today carbon fibers below $10. So everybody knows that this is not possible. But what can we do? We live in a world. We like to continue recycling more and more. But recycling has a cost. We see this, as we said already many times, in the plastic world. You pushed a lot of enterprises to recycle. They have done that. But then later on, we see that from China, they're coming so-called recycled fibers at cheaper prices and they can become more recycling you. This is a matter of things like this. So, what can we do against it? We can only look at the politicians and take actions, like whenever they say, import from China, for example, for carbon. This can help. If you don't do anything, I think in the use of a lot of recycling industry, not only for recycling, but also plastics and many other recycling items. The politicians who would like to go for recycling. I think also politicians can help industry to use a certain content, recycled content, I would say. That would be very nice. But they are talking and always delaying these decisions. I know, for example, recycling companies or recycling textiles, which for Interflex, big names as well. to make the fibers and they spin it again. They make a lot of good. And then the guy say, yeah, okay, but now we can go industrial. Now we say, no, as long politicians don't oblige to use recycled content, it's always a bit more complicated to use recycled fibers. So as long that the politicians say not really implementing oblige industry to use that, I think we will talk still for more than 100 years later.
Go on, say short.
Combination of everything. We have the choice from the body. Because I think you have
Short. Yeah.
a situation of delay what we feel and here because we are in the middle.
Okay, that's more of a statement than a question, but okay. Look, I think I've addressed a lot of this already. When you say so-called recycled, it's a failure of enforcement, and we have to reinforce enforcement. Instead of doing new rules, member states should have more inspectors. They should be more linked between them. There should be more digitalization of market surveillance, interconnection of digitalization between member states, et cetera, et cetera. I would be a bit prudent on mandatory recycled content because there is in a number of pieces of legislation which are fully enforced. And they have had positive impacts, but not only positive impacts, because on the one hand, they've created a market for recycled feedstock. They have increased the prices of this feedstock because if it's mandatory, it's a captive market. And also, if you tell recyclers, they will say, yeah, do that. If you ask converters, it's a different proposition. We have to take action that takes into account the whole of value chains. But we have stuff enforced. We are thinking about that. We are thinking about using the public procurement lever, for instance, on issues like recycled content for reasons that go beyond the short-term price for management of dependencies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Stefano, and I'm sure the Pope would be proud. Right. Again, just to remind everybody, again, those who are online as well, you're curious, you'd like to ask a question, you'd like to maybe even challenge what you hear again after each speech, you can pop in your question in the chat. And again, everybody here, again, maybe that didn't ask a question right now. Again, something comes to mind, you're curious, you'd like to know more. Again, you might want to challenge what you've heard as well during our breaks, during the networking break, lunch as well, a chance to have a coffee, have a chat, and take those conversations forward as well. Right, let's move on now to our next session. This jumps into recycling of composites, specifically in the context of the Circular Economy Act itself, helping us to understand that, make sense of that in a way that we can, again, take things forward and ultimately take action on as well. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to our humble stage right now, Policy Officer of Directorate General for Maritime Affairs and Fisheries, Lino Voskarides.
Good morning from my side. And first of all, thank you to my colleague Stefano who made a very good introduction to the whole concept, which will avoid me making this introduction that I was planning in my presentation. And thank you as well for going over your time, because this I was asking myself how I was going to fit all the time I had. So thank you for making the introduction and taking some part of my time. Yes, exactly. So you see how I am here. And no, it's this one. Okay. And it's good that I see it here because then I'm going to have a problem with my neck. So this is the title of my presentation, which I thought a lot before writing it, because recycling of composites for me is quite a new topic that I was introduced about 4 or 5 months ago, thanks to a colleague who is, I see he's over there. I was mainly working on the recycling on the end-of-life recreational boat industry, and it was of the idea of Philip is here of the European boating industry here present in this room, that we decided in DG Mare to enlarge this to the composites in the context of the Circular Economy Act, which was very nicely introduced by my colleague Stefano Soro before. So the context was already very well explained by Stefano before, so I will simply quote here two interesting parts that are in my Directorate General. Of course, we have the European Green Deal, which is a big deal of the current Commission mandate. And within there, we have the Clean Industrial Deal, which is more of, as well, of DG Growth part, so I will not go into detail on that, but in my service is more the European Ocean Pact, and my Director General is very proud that this was the first big text adopted by the current Commission last June, so she was very proud about that, and we are proud to present it as well because it's the first complete text to address in a complete and holistic way the protection of the ocean. And why I mention this is because, in fact, most of the waste we produce on inland, whether it is composite or plastic or whatever, eventually it ends up in the ocean and pollutes the ocean that makes us live. So that's why the European Ocean Pact is important to mention here, and that's why we are working on the circular economy in the framework of the European Ocean Pact. The circular economy from the Commission communication. So as most of you know, because, and I'm sure you know it better than me, the circular economy as a subject was already introduced much earlier than the date that I mentioned here, 2020. The communication dates from 2020 on a new circular economy action plan for a cleaner and more competitive Europe. And in fact, it was in 2018 when, again, I will mention the Association of European Boating Industry. We had the idea introduced by the EBI, and then, of course, DG Mare followed, to create a stakeholders group that I will come later on one of the next slides, to see how can we make circularity for the end-of-life recreational boats, which is an issue that is, let's say, in Europe is known for the last 20 or 30 years. For those of you not very familiar with the boating industry, in fact, and here, of course, I'm talking under the control of EBI. I hope I'm not saying something wrong, but at least this is what I know. Most of the boats that were built in the 60s and 70s are, most of them, built by composite materials. So mainly, as far as I know, is the vapor reinforced plastic, if I pronounce it correctly, which is a material that is very long lasting. So these boats are still, although we thought they would be a piece of rubbish and to be thrown away, they are still functioning and they are still good. So those who are not yet abandoned, they are still functioning. They have some years of life in front of them. But since 2018, we started thinking about how we're going to recycle them, how we're going to dismantle them, and how we're going to use them again in the economy. It was a whole concept. So we started at that point there. And today, so this communication that was our basis in 2017 to start the stakeholder group is in the program to become a Circular Economy Act. So again, the introduction of the Circular Economy Act was very well done by Stefano, so I'm not going to stay on that. Just the important thing is that from the communication, we go into a legislative act in the near future, hopefully. As DG Mare, so here is what I was talking about. We started an initiative with the European boating industry back in 2000. In fact, the initiative was in 2018, but it was materialized in the end of 2019. The first informal group took place in December 2019, but concretely the group started working in 2020. So it was a stakeholders group for the recycling of the end-of-life recreational boats. It started with just 2 member states participating at that moment, and I think 3 associations, not more. In the meantime, I quite lost track because I was not working on that for a few years, and I took it back about 6 months ago. I was well informed about the developments, and the most important development was a roadmap that the European boarding industry published and is on its website with the help and the support of European Commission DG Mare on the development of that, on the implementation of the circular economy for the end-of-life boats. So, in fact, there is a small difference in the definition between the European communication on the European strategy for more growth and job in coastal and maritime tourism that defines the boats as small commercial vessels, and the term used in this roadmap, which is end-of-life boats, which is, by the way, more logical there. We had to use the word small commercial vessels by opposition to the bigger ones, which are more than 25 meters. So this is the word we use. Might make no sense, but this is the word is used in this strategy. So coming to today, after I made this introduction about the stakeholders group, we started some initiative about the circular economy. The first one was following the advice and the suggestion of EBI to enlarge the stakeholders group for the recycling of the end-of-life boats to the wider composite sector, which is what we try to do today, and the main reason why I am making the presentation before you today here. Include the recycling of the end-of-life boats into the future Circular Economy Act and establish synergies with the EU port strategy and EU industrial maritime strategy. So here is something particular which is linked to my own responsibilities in DG Mare. Widen the stakeholders group for the recycling of end-of-life boats. It made sense since the first time because the end-of-life recreational boats are it's a very small market compared to the other composites. So for us, it was totally logical to enlarge, to join a bigger group. Otherwise, it would be almost impossible to make a business case only for recreational boats. The studies we have seen together with, again, with the EBI show that the cost of the recycling of the recreational boats, either for the countries who are doing it by law or voluntary, either by countries who are trying to do it only on a business case. I'm thinking about two precise examples. I might quote them later, or maybe from now is France and the Netherlands. So in France, there was even an association created by the government to start recycling. The French word is déconstruction, which by the way means that not simply to dismantle, but to really make it into pieces and separate the pieces. So the word is much more precise in the French term as it is used. They had a very ambitious program to recycle some thousands of end-of-life recreational boats every year. They had to face the reality very soon because it was costly, especially the transport from some places where they are abandoned to the recycling site, and it was not easy, except if they were subsidizing it massively to achieve their numbers. So they are doing it, but not as much as they would wish to do it. And then we have the Dutch case, where in fact they try to do a business case out of it. But again, if you try to make money out of recycled material, unless you have a critical mass, it is impossible to have profit. So there as well, to my knowledge, is quite limited as well for the reason that it's not easy profitable. So we included the recycling boats into the Circular Economy Act. This is something that not included. We will include it. Sorry for the misunderstanding on the way I express it. The Circular Economy Act is being developed now. So it's not our responsibility, neither of the two of us. It's DG Environment who is developing it. We are in contact with them. And for the moment, they are still on the starting blocks. So even they don't know how they will transform the communication into an act. Not yet. Hopefully, yes, soon. And this, I hope that in maybe a next presentation I will do in front of you, I might know more. For the moment, that's the only thing I know. And the calendar timeline, they wish to have something for the second half of 2026. Let's hope they will manage. So far, the two strategies that we're starting, and I'm going to talk about them later on down there, there on the time, the Ocean Pact was adopted already in June, so there was the first one, and the other two are supposed to be adopted by February 2026. So we are not far from that. So if they say, in fact, they say Q3 of 2026, let's hope they will manage it. The last point of my presentation here is that I was requested, and of course, I'm the representative of DG Mare in these two strategies. So the port strategy is managed by DG Move. And as I used to work previously in DG Move, although not in the shipping sector, I have good contacts with them, and I can understand quite well, because of other background I have in shipping, about ports. So I tried to see how can we combine the Ocean Pact and DG Mare, or let's say fishing and maritime policy, maritime affairs, including the offshore energy or renewable energy subject, into the port strategy, which makes purely sense, because in fact everything starts from the port, and everybody realized that the ports are not anymore just places where we move goods, that there is a ship entering, so discharging, and the ship that is loading and leaving. They are energy hubs, and they are as well the center of organizing the whole economy around either offshore renewables, either inland logistics hubs. So it's not anymore just a small place where a vessel is coming. It's becoming much bigger and much more important for the whole value chain. And here as well comes the European Ocean Path, because the pollution starts from the port, or from the coast, but mainly from the port. So it is important that we have a say in there to see how we're going to develop it. And of course, the first thing that I said in the first meeting of this future strategy was that, what about recycling sites in the ports for the either recreational boats, either fishing boats, whatever? For the moment is not foreseen. So there are some ports that have them, of course, but it's not foreseen structurally. So they said, okay, this is a good idea. Let's see how we could develop it on a more structural way. About the industrial maritime strategy, again here, so here is DG Grow together with DG Move. Here we have one of the paradoxes of the Commission, that DG Grow is doing the work, but DG Move is chairing it for purely political reasons. In fact, the political mandate was given to the commissioner that is for transport and shipping in DG Move, but the work of industry is part of DG Grow's job. So it's a co-chair. In fact, it's co-lead, but chaired by DG Move. And here again, Ocean Path comes, because when we're talking about industrial maritime strategy, we are again talking about how to make it in a way that we're going to protect the ocean. And there's a part of the fishing part as well there, because we have to recycle, refit, or renew the fishing fleet of Europe, which, by the way, is maybe one of the only industries still built in Europe. Thank God, to some extent, we managed to save this as well. And we try to see how we can keep it by refit and renew it in an environmental friendly way. So these are about the strategies. And yes, so this was the end of the presentation. It was quite short. And the reason why it was short, because in fact, I would like to speak about the Circular Economy Act, but the problem is that it's not of our competence in DG Mare, and in DG Environment, they are not yet in a position to tell us much more about that, except of the timeline that I already shared. And thanks to Stefano, who made a very good introduction about the Circular Economy Act in a way that, in a different approach than what was mine. So thank you for your attention, and time for questions then.
Absolutely.
Yes. Nobody? So either everything was clear or nobody understood anything about it. Anyway, okay. Can I give you this or?
Yeah, thank you so much, Lena. Again, if a question does come again during the breaks, during the lunch breaks as well, a chance to have a conversation and take those conversations forward as well. Right. So moving on right now, in fact, just one click. There we are. Perfect. Right. So moving on right now. So again, in this room right now, many people representing many different areas, certainly across Europe. But again, obviously, it's beneficial sometimes to sort of see how others are doing things in their world, let's say, to help us reflect a little bit about what we're doing, certainly in ours. So let's jump essentially across the pond right now and really see the evolving American circularity landscape for composites in the US. And the person who's the only real person to do that right now for us is President and CEO of the American Composites Material Association, Cindy Squires.
Thank you very much. I'm excited to be here. Yay. So for those of you who don't know who the American Composite Manufacturers are, this is some of the programs and things that we work on, which is quite a lot. We have the whole value supply chain and represent the North American market. Chris Skinner is sitting next to me here and was instrumental in the creation of our new mission, vision, and purpose statement. And really, when I came aboard 4 years ago, he chaired the committee, so that's why I'm giving him a hard time about it. But a big change in that process was really to take a look at how does sustainability come into that. And so, quite frankly, the vision for ACMA is to make composites the sustainable material of preference. And we look at focusing on all the various segments, which is, as you know, challenging because we're in so many different markets and the issues associated with that really are all over the place. And so we spent a lot of time trying to look at and have a number of committees that sort of focus on those various areas in order to do growth of composites, but also to do that with a sustainability focus. So excited, happy to tell you more about any of our programs, but let's move on to the topic of the day, which is what's happening. Have you heard there's a new person showing up? There's been a few things that come out every day. It is a joy. You really do have to spend a lot of time just monitoring what's the latest and greatest. And so, Trump 2.0, as we talked about it in DC, and that's where our offices are in Washington, DC. It's a totally new policy focus. Now, my background, I'm an environmental attorney by training. I've also worked for 10 years for the marine industry in the United States. And so, I have a deep understanding from a regulatory perspective, and that's, as a regulatory geek, there's a lot happening in that space. So we're really seeing quite a lot of changes, a real effort to address regulatory burden across the board. But you might have heard there's a little bit of an emphasis of bringing manufacturing back to the U.S. as well. Strong focus there, a real door opening that has been opened for the industry to talk to the administration about any barriers, any issues of concern. Trade policy has been very interesting. We've been doing a survey of our members trying to get a sense of, is this a good thing, a bad thing? How do you feel about it? For our industry, we're really, it's actually been kind of good, which doesn't feel that way maybe from your end. But the reason why is what you're seeing with the new trade policy is steel and aluminum have significant trade or significant tariffs that have been imposed. So what we're seeing is people are looking at composites. They're swapping out components very specifically because of the trade issues. So from that perspective, it has been very beneficial. From the input perspective, it can be a challenge, and it just depends on where you're sourcing and what your issues are. And so that's when we ask our members, we see about 40% see the tariff policy of having been challenging, but the rest are actually seeing it as either a wash or quite positive. And so it's a unique opportunity for us right now because of that. And the trade policy on steel and aluminum, just keep in mind, it's not just the raw materials coming in, it's also derivative products. So essentially what's happening when you're importing a product in the United States that has steel or aluminum, those components, let's say it's 10% of a product, they will get the higher tariff that imposed by steel and aluminum. And so it is making that that decision as to whether or not to use a steel or aluminum product or use composites a lot easier for us, because we've always had a price challenge. So it is interesting. It's a lot to keep track of. We do provide our members quite a lot of updates on that. And so I am what's called a cleared trade advisor, which means that I have a security clearance and that I'm consulted on environmental trade, particularly matters. And so we're able to kind of be in the room as some of these things are going on. And so just know that if there are issues or concerns, talk to me so that I know that there's issues and concerns so we can address them. Sustainability, what's happening on a federal level, it's a pendulum, right? That's been the hardest part, I think, for industry in the US, which is going, having a huge emphasis in the Biden administration. ACMA had received a $6 million grant in order to build out some programs. And then suddenly that's gone. Literally, Congress just took the money away. So it was very exciting to go so hard to get the grant and then to not have it happening. But we also had a huge initiative for federal agencies on procurement that were going to be addressing issues and would provide for essentially markets for goods that could prove their environmental credentials. And that doesn't necessarily mean circularity. That may mean long life as well, right? And so that's where we've been leaning in. That has definitely changed. And then we have a desire to not support the wind industry in the United States right now as well. Now those are just on a federal level. We have a very different story if you look at the states, because you've got to understand we've got two different regulatory frameworks. And so we have to navigate both of those as well as the industry-led efforts. And so what you're seeing right now is a lot of companies saying, look, we got to stay the course. We're global companies, we're operating in Europe. We're still moving forward on our initiatives. But it is an opportunity to address some barriers to sustainability that I think would have been very challenging to address in the prior administration. And specifically, I'm talking about things like chemical recycling, advanced recycling, things of that sort, right? There was a huge push against that, and that is a major barrier to us really building this kind of industry. So these are the challenges. And I wanted to bring these up, not because I'm a Debbie Downer, which I kind of am sometimes, but it is to be clear-eyed and to make sure that when we develop things in this room, we're not doing things that just set us up for the challenges that are hitting others that have gone before us. And they are real challenges and something to keep in mind. The economic model. Like, if we don't start with a business model, and we start instead with conceptual ideas about recycling, or, we think we can do it. If we don't think about the economic business model, there's no point. And we've already had, and what I was going to bring up was some of the issues that we're seeing very specifically with what are the problems and the price points that are really driving this policy. Point blank, if we've put a lot of infrastructure into recycling carbon fibers, which is where there's been a huge effort, and now virgin fibers coming in from China are cheaper, doesn't matter. We just wasted our time, right? We have to address very real, what are those market issues, and make sure that we're thinking through that and that we're making a business case. The extended producer responsibility issues are really taking off right now in the United States. In some segments and in the plastics industry, we've seen great success with the polymer industry, and others, it's really just getting started. There is an effort in the United States. ACC is really leading the charge on that, on trying to get a framework that's going to address that issue. But we really have to think about it. The paint industry, I like to point to the success that they've had. They've essentially created a model where they enact state legislation that creates a take-back program, which is specifically funded by a fee when you buy paint. And that money goes directly into a program run by the association to run all that recycling effort. So they created the funding mechanism. They created essentially the proof of concept. Some of those polymers are being recycled in an advanced recycling method. Some of those are being repurposed. And so, but they started with a business model and then asked for legislation to support that business model. That's what I challenge us to do. And we've been doing that a bit in the United States and having some of those conversations. What's super hard for us is that we have different types of markets, which will have a different take-back scenario. Paint is, to be honest, kind of easy, right? But it's an interesting model to look at. And so that's where we have to think a little bit about it. Other issues, recycling claims. Those are very much under attack in the United States, so we're really cautious and advise our industry to be very careful. You see California's going after right now plastic bag manufacturers, basically saying there's not enough recycling of it. Everyone's spending time putting RFID tags in recycling bins and tracing whether or not they're actually going to recycling. This just makes it challenging whether or not you go out there. So, the greenwashing issues are real and you have to think through that. And I'm always worried in our industry that people make claims that we don't necessarily have the infrastructure to support those claims. And so we have to be really thoughtful about that. The other issue I think is super interesting is this plastic pact, the US Plastic Pact, which is essentially trying to address moving away from certain kind of products. And this is in the single-use space. The EPS group got upset because styrofoam was specifically named as one to go away from. And now they've got state attorney generals probing that as an anti-competitive action. So be careful, is what I'm saying. This can really go into some interesting territories. If someone feels you're, a pact to go one direction is actually putting someone else out of business, you're going to see fights. And that is, we litigate in the United States. That's what we do. But that's what you're seeing here. If we can get more regulatory support for advanced recycling, I think that's going to be hugely helpful for our industry because that's, at the end of the day, going to be really critical. But I also point out this recent report, Designing Out Plastics, which does specifically mention building materials and composites in there. So that's the first time we've seen kind of that designing out kind of hit us directly. And I think we've got to be prepared. We're taking market share away from steel and aluminum. They're going to go after us as a result of it. So they will find NGOs to do this. So that's what's going to happen. It is going to be a material fight. And I think you just need to be prepared. We're getting prepared and developing message sets to address that. But just recognize when we get bigger, we become a threat. And people will fund others who will seem like they're NGOs, but they're being funded by our competitors. So just remember that. So what are we doing? So we kind of, I'm a substantive person. I like to go to where the there is. And I also try to make sure that we really think about how to build that market. And to me, the only way we make sure that composites are going to be specified is if we really address making sure there's a level playing field. So if we aren't involved in the crafting of the rules, it doesn't really matter. So we have funded through the Composite Growth Initiative quite a number of product category rules, which is for those who do EPDs, things of that nature. This is the recipe for an EPD. And so we've sponsored the creation of product category rules for specific sectors that have come to us and said, we want this. And we've done it multi-material. So what we're doing is making sure that an environmental product declaration, that the rules for that, which might be written by conventional materials, are not essentially putting us in a situation where we're never going to be able to win. So that means we have to do some of the painful work. How do you compare a composite, steel grading material or a stairs and grading material when if you use weight as the comparison, we're immediately looking really weird, right? So we have to think through that and do the technical work to make sure that it is an actual apples to apples comparison. Otherwise, we never win the game. And so if you go with a green procurement strategy and you haven't thought through how that comparison actually works, the math is never going to math. You're never going to win in that game. One of the things we leaned into really heavily was go into where our strengths are, and our strengths are life of service, right? We know we last longer. So when we worked on the utility pole PCR, we worked with our customer, and the customer's utilities, and the utility said, sometimes we put up a pole and we expect it to last 40 years. Sometimes we want to use a composite pole that we expect to last 80 to 100 years. So we want you to do design an EPD process for us so that we can pick what we need, and it's going to show it in that light. So they can actually compare a wood pole, which has been treated with chemicals, with a composite pole, and they're actually comparing them in a way that makes sense. When we start to lean in and we actually provide some documentation for our service line, then we can actually make the claims to talk a little bit about the math shows up that over the length of the service of our products, we're actually a better environmental deal, right? So, recycling is something that happens at the very end, or that we're dealing with manufacturing waste, which is critical and a lot easier to deal with manufacturing waste, right? That's the easy market to start to create. But end of life, we really need to lean into our strengths, which is length of service. Our rebar PCR that we just literally finished took a long time. It was very frustrating, but we got it done. We basically have a footnote that has been highly sourced that anyone can put in their product, their EPD now, that's very specific to a 100-year life. And we've got the receipts. So it's not a claim that doesn't have any support for it, and we've basically made it possible for people to take a look at that. So these are some of the very specific items that we're taking a look at in order to make sure that we're positioning composites so that we can actually win in this game, and we recognize that the rules have to be crafted in a way that we can actually win. So some of the other things that are going on, the automotive component suppliers are right now working with the OEMs in the US. ACC is really pushing this with Oak Ridge National Laboratory. We've been participating in this process to try to come up with some demonstration products and projects and figure this out. One of the things we're thinking about in this process is, can we develop an auto parts recycling project that doesn't make us have to separate composites with other polymers? Can we do something that's really just one waste stream? Because we recognize that if we're talking about splitting that waste stream out in that auto recycling environment, that gets really challenging, right? So we need to think about those kinds of questions. Can we combine those different resins into one waste stream? Are we going to get rid of and take this look at the pyrolysis oils? Can we think about using the glass fibers and have them remelted? And can we come up with some certifications or justifications for those so that we can actually build those markets? At the end of the day, what we need to do is figure out how to facilitate the new market, make sure composites win in a procurement strategy, right? So that means having the building blocks. That's where the PCRs or the LCAs come in. But then also, how do we actually really think about what the waste stream would look like and develop it? And I think it's going to be different depending what end market we're going into, right? I just don't think there's going to be a one size fits all. At the end of the day, we just did an event, Composites Evolution. And part of the reason we did that event was to really get the industry to just start thinking about that, we are essentially at a product extension cycle for composites. I love this because all business people, they know what this is. They're used to dealing with this curve, kind of, recognizing that as an industry, what we really have to think about when it comes to sustainability and circularity, we're really talking about a product extension. And so we're thinking about how to repackage our product, how to make a change to it such that it's going to meet the new market needs. And to me, that market need is making sure we can tell the right story. We've got the receipts. We've actually done the hard work. We know how to make sure that the rules are set up, that we aren't at a disadvantage, and that we're building the systems in place. But most importantly, if we don't build a market for any sort of circular goods, we don't think about that, and we don't address things like virgin materials coming in underneath the cost of that. If we don't fundamentally address that, we will spend a lot of time and energy, and then nothing will launch, and we'll be back in the same place over and over again. But if we take a focus on our customer and figure out what they need, then I think we can be successful. So that's where our focus is. It's complicated. I wish it was easy. It's not. I very much am supportive of the effort that you all are doing. I think getting together, getting better aligned is really important. We will be mirroring some of those efforts and want to support and make sure that we're working on both sides. Some issues where we can work together. We need to create some HTS codes, some trade codes that recognize recycled products. We've been doing some work on that already, but we need to make sure that we're coordinated and inadvertently working against each other. It is a global industry. Most of my members are in Europe and in the United States, and so we just have to figure out a way to make this make sense on both sides of the pond. So with that, thank you.
Hopefully, Kathy, we'll see.
and breaking the ice. You recalled us that the Trump administration has stopped the installation on new wind turbines on the federal level. On the other hand, we saw in one of your slides that has been launching a program on advanced recycling. Clearly, the objective is not the environmental protection. What's the objective of this initiative on advanced recycling?
I would say that if you look at the work, particularly that ACC has been doing, and if you look at the petroleum industry generally, is just a recognition that that is going to be the viable economic model for recycling. And so in order to address it, they need to have permitting, and that's where permit reform comes in for those new facilities. You know, ExxonMobil, for example, has a new resin product that they're launching, which one of the foundational elements of that is that it's going to be based on an advanced recycling process, as well as some virgin production as well. So that's one of the reasons why they got the EPA administrator to come out to it. There's been a huge amount of, well, in the United States, we call it environmental justice claims against advanced recycling facilities, essentially just treating them as they're just new chemical facilities, and therefore we don't like them. And so I think that if we cannot get approval of advanced recycling facilities, then we're dead in the water at the end of the day, because we do need to have that as part of the recycling option. It's really the only way to make it work at the end of the day. Yes, you can do mechanical recycling and you can do certain products out of that, and we do have to build those products and think through that. But this has got to be part of the effort as well. And thinking about it from the perspective of what would be a perfect universe is to help my members think about, okay, so let's say we use, Sustana, which is a new recycled glass fiber, or you're using a recycled carbon fiber product, but you're combining it with a recycled resin product. How do we have a certification scheme that's sort of going across the pond where we all know that that is in fact true? But that's not a product that's going to happen if recycled resins isn't a thing, right? So, but we have to build that and create a product. Now, I would like a universe where then we go to LEED and we have a credit under LEED for products that are made out of both of those types of things, right? That we've actually certified that certain amount of circular content has gone in, and we're creating a market draw. Like, we're going to the places. It could be government procurement, could be elsewhere, but we have to have a path for that. But if you can't do advanced recycling and those facilities aren't going to be approved, it all falls apart again, right? So it's a system. We're building a system.
No, I think that's it.
All right.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Cindy. There we are, giving us a kind of straight talking insights into really how things are being done in the US as well, but also opening the door, remember, opening the door for collaboration, for support and assistance as well. Right, next up, you can see on the screen right now, really looking at reinforcing the future circularity as the new strength of Composites. A man who is right next to me now, a familiar face within the industry, familiar voice within the industry, familiar suit within the industry. No, it's no, I know, I wear the same, I always wear the same thing as well, but it is a familiar suit within the industry, and I always look forward to seeing him at Jet World wearing the same clothes as I do as well. Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Chris Skinner.
Thank you, Peter. So this is a tough one because there's like 140 Europeans who all need coffee. So this is really a tough spot. So I'm going to talk about reinforcing the future, circularity as a new strength of Composites. And I think it's a really interesting topic, and it's a really interesting time to be here. And I think, it's interesting to listen to what was described this morning. And I think for me, if we start with this, we have a definition of the circular economy, right? And I think if you read it, it makes perfect sense, right? In practice, it implies reducing waste to a minimum. When a product reaches the end of its life, its materials are kept with the economy whenever possible thanks to recycling. These can be productively used again and again, thereby creating further value. It's fabulous. Makes complete sense, right? I tell you what my problem is. My problem is this. Everywhere I go, I see this bloody picture and it drives me completely nuts, right? You know, you're having dinner at some event with some member of the commission and they say, yeah, but you bury wind turbines, right? And it's like, so I think for me, this is the worst advert we have for circularity in the composites industry. And it undermines what we do on a day-to-day basis. And I think for us, it's really this question about how do we think structurally and how do we think strategically about stopping this happening, right? Because at the end of the day, I mean, I have some friends sitting here, they would love to turn this into raw materials for us, right? But I mean, basically for us, this is one of the key issues we have as an industry, that this is a very tough message to deal with, okay? Okay, so what should we do about it? Okay, so I'll tell you what we're doing about it, right? And I think someone once said to me, the first thing you have to do is you have to clean your house, right? So, okay, we make 1.5 million tons of glass fiber. How much of it do we throw away before it leaves the factory gate? Does anyone know? 10%, right? We throw away 10% before it leaves the factory gate. So 150,000 tons of glass fiber never goes to the customer. It goes to landfill, or it used to go to landfill, right? So I think there's this point about you've got to figure out how to actually deal with your house to start off with, right? And if you think about that, it's quite an astounding number. I mean, the market for glass is 7.5 million tons. Roughly 10% of it is thrown away before it gets to the customer. I think for me, also in cleaning our house, one of the key things that we've been looking at is, okay, we've been focused on really, you know, scientific basis of how do we actually look at the performance and sustainability of our business. So, you know, actually implementing the use of renewable energy within our facilities. In Europe, all our facilities run on renewable energy. Right, okay. Now, one of the problems you do have is, and it's interesting, people say to me, what do I do? I say, well, I run a business where we have Olympic-sized swimming pools where we melt sand with gas. Right? Basically that, right? And the point is we melt sand with gas, and when you build it, you turn it on and it runs for 14 years and you can't turn it off, essentially, right? So you've got this thing about, okay, you've got to clean your house. You've got to get rid of the scrap that you send to landfill. And you've got to think about how you actually change your energy mix into something that makes sense, right? So that's cleaning the house. And I think then there's this question about how do you deliver circularity to the industry, right? And I think circularity involves a number of different steps, and we'll talk about that as we go through it a bit more. So I think for me, if I kind of build on 2 points, you know, our focus, okay, we've cleaned the house, we've dealt with our waste to landfill, we're thinking about decarbonizing our process using renewable energy, but then also how do you move to the next step, which is how do you use hydrogen, right? And then there's this question about how do you actually bring circularity to the products we're talking about. So everyone this morning has been talking about how do we actually do this, you know, and I think we're on a journey to actually deliver circularity in terms of closing the loop in a way that makes sense. So, I mean, for us, the start has been post-industrial pre-consumer. How do you actually return that and use that as a circular input? And then the next phase is end of life. So post-industrial waste, how do you actually turn that into a material that you can use? Now, what I would say for us is this is not something that we cannot do on our own. We have to do it with partners because there's technology, there's reverse logistics, there's all kinds of things that you have to do to make it work. But really the question is you have to choose whether you're going to do it or not. Right? And I think for us, we chose that we are going to clean the house and then we're going to focus on decarbonizing our business. Then we're going to focus on circularity because circularity for composites is a critical thing to deliver, and it would deliver the future and the robust nature of this industry going forward. We make a great product. It lasts forever. Problem is it lasts forever and it's difficult to recycle. You can choose to figure out how to recycle it. Okay. So instead of talking for 10 minutes or whatever, I'm actually going to show a video. And I apologize to Nadesh because she doesn't know that she's on a video again. But a video is usually the best way to actually show things.
Over 85 years ago, We pioneered what would one day be known as the composites industry. It has transformed the way we experience
Over
life
85
on our
years
planet.
ago, we
Stronger,
pioneered what would one day
lighter,
be known
more
as the
durable,
composites industry.
safer materials.
It has transformed the way we
Sustainability
experience
is
life
inherent
on our
to the
planet.
progressive nature
Stronger,
of composites.
lighter,
We are proud
more
of how far
durable,
we've come as an
safer
industry.
materials.
One innovation.
Sustainability is inherent to the progressive nature of composites. We are proud of how far we've come as an industry, one innovation at a time. Now, we're ready to revolutionize how we bring our products to life.
For years, we've been passionately working to decarbonize our operation, a huge challenge for our industry and many others. But now it's becoming reality. Behind me lies the birthplace of a more sustainable fiber-making process.
Give me that strength.
We started with how we power our facility. Renewable electricity generated right here through the Rhône River water. Now we seek to transform our process, exploring our ability to decarbonize our manufacturing. So far, the results are promising. We conducted 5-day trials, mixing hydrogen gas and renewable electricity to operate our furnace.
The result is 95% reduction of our CO2 emission.
In 2025, we plan to do a several-month trials. The time to put the reliability of this process to the test. Let's prove that a zero-emission fiberglass making process is possible. In addition to transforming how we power our facility and our process, we are now recycling glass waste and soon end-of-life composite glass part into our furnace, giving those materials a second life in circular economy. Through a proprietary technology, we are reprocessing this material and we create SustainaGlass. SustainaGlass has the same performance as our Advantex ECCA glass, with up to 100% circular content in a mass balance approach. It is the first glass of its kind. A huge win for our customers who want to reduce their waste to landfill and to improve the impact of their product. We are super energized with the progress we've made on our sustainability journey, especially here in L'Ardoise, France. We can't wait to see how we positively impact our customer, our partner, and our industry. We make more sustainable. We make more possible.
Our waste to landfill, and now we're driving the introduction of products that we call Sustainer. And early on in this process, I made the decision that we would not upcycle as a company, right? I mean, basically, the point of putting the glass back in the furnace is you get exactly the same glass that comes out at the end, and there's no discussion about whether it's the same performance or not. It is the same performance as normal glass. So really, it removes a huge barrier from the use of the technology within the industry, because essentially you're capable of providing up to 100% by mass balance glass to our customers that has exactly the same performance as normal glass. So, I mean, that's a big deal. I think as we move forward, the challenges we face, and Roberto talked about this earlier, I mean, I think legislation and regulation is a critical thing. It's a critical thing because actually We're very good at shipping 25 kilo packages of glass to our customers. We're not so good at shipping waste composite materials back to our facilities to actually put them back in the furnace. So really this thing about how do you actually legislate, how do you control that, and how do you make sure that it's viable is a super important thing for actually making this work as we go forward as an industry. And I think for me, the other point is, as an industry, we have to decarbonize. The only way we can decarbonize is with electricity. And with electricity, you need competitive energy costs. And I think for us, that's one of the key issues we as an industry have to advocate for, because with the energy costs we have in Europe at the moment, this is not going to work. Right? So I think for us, it's one of those key things. I think a regulatory framework is super important. We know we have to have an open market. We also have to make sure that we don't have leaky borders for things coming in that shouldn't be coming in. But for me, the key issue that we have going forward to make this work and to drive circularity and sustainability of composites is energy cost. And that's it. Thank you very much.
There we are. Right, so already this morning, you'll agree, it's been already quite resourceful, straight talking insights, different perspectives as well. And we're going to continue with that certainly after the break. So remember, 11:45 back here, where we'll be jumping into the working groups to get a kind of flavour, an overview, an insight of really what they've been doing to give us all a kind of bigger picture of really how we're going to move forward as well. So again, through that door there, coffee is being served. Join us back here in about 25 minutes, 11:45 for the first General Assembly of the ECCA. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get cracking and start in just a few moments. Take your seats, get comfy, and we will begin. Right, so from August, 5 working groups together online, I believe online. So again, first time for many of you coming together face to face, although naturally many of you know each other from the industry itself as well. But again, this is a chance now to really kind of delve a little bit deeper into each of these working groups and understanding really what's been unfolding, the plans, the ideas, the challenges as well. But again, maybe more importantly, that road ahead and really what are those next steps moving forward. So this is how exactly it's going to unfold. Each working group will come to the lectern and share their insights for 10 minutes, a perfect timing as well, 10 minutes as the Pope says. And then afterwards, at the end of the 5th working group, everybody will be seated here like they are right now. And then we go on to questions from you, the audience, and naturally those of you that are right now with us online as well. So again, you're curious, you'd like to know more, keep that question in your mind, and then at the end, that's when we'll jump into those questions. All good? All clear? Absolutely. Right, let's kick off with our first working group, aerospace and defence. So let's welcome here to the lectern Chair David Tilbrook, and we also have the Vice Chair Gabrielle Bodini.
Marvelous. So excellent. So I'll jump straight in. Let's talk about aerospace and defense. Now, a lot of the instances that I'm going to give you here are going to be primarily framed around aerospace. Defense is a slightly different segment, but let's start off with understanding why we need to address circularity so seriously. Over the past 40 years, there's been a progressive displacement of metal in aerostructures in both aerospace and defense. In defense, it's primarily driven by mission efficiency, but in commercial aerospace, it's almost exclusively driven by fuel burn and lightweighting. The latest wide-body aerostructures have up to 53% of CFRP, high performance material in them. And typically within a fighter airframe, you'll find 20 to 40% weight. Now, this is a significant amount of very high performance materials. And typically, when you're in, and I'm being optimistic here, in terms of buy-to-fly ratios for composite manufacturing processes, you'll find that you have a buy-to-fly ratio of about 1.1 to 1.2. And that actually generates, there's a decimal point error there, about 2 to 3,000 metric tons per annum of waste just from manufacturing waste from the processes. The end of service waste, when you actually, I use the word end of surface. I've heard people talking about end of life. We'll see why I use the word end of service in the case of aerospace and defense. Aircraft and defense platforms are not just one object. They're a series of complex interacting systems that have different economic value propositions. And one non-economic scenario there can trigger the end of service of an aircraft. So we need to keep that in mind as we're going through. But fundamentally, we're going to have a lot of composite waste being generated by the aerospace industry and the defense industries, and we can't afford to have the equivalent image of wind turbine blades being buried in the desert. So in the aerospace and defense group, our primary objective here is to increase recycling rates. I'm not going to read you through the mission statement there. You can go and read it yourself. But in essence, we're trying to mobilize the entire, and it's a complex supply chain. It's really important to understand the complexity. The blue boxes that we have here effectively are the chain that are, if you like, materially involved in the flow of composite materials. So material suppliers like Hexcel, OEMs, this will be the Airbus and the Boeings of the world. There's MRO, so maintenance, repair and overhaul. And then you've got the use phase owner. And this is really where the composite materials pay for themselves and reduce fuel burn, especially in the aerospace. At the end of that period, we've got dismantlers, there's recyclers, and then we get onto secondary material. Now, the boxes here which have green ticks, these are the ones that we've got well represented within the working group already. So we're off to a good start. We still need additional contributions and membership from OEMs and MROs. So if any of you in the audience are connected directly to OEMs or MROs, take the message to them. Now, what are the challenges that we're facing? I'm not going to talk you through this horrendous diagram here. I'm just going to point you to a couple of bits and pieces. This is basically a snapshot of the aerospace composite supply chain. The big fat arrows there are push processes are processes that are not driven in response to, if you like, an order request. So the pull is where you're building to forecast. Okay. And the key thing to take away from this is that there's wastes generated at each stage, from manufacturing, from conversion to composite components, through into aerospace manufacture, and all of this waste is handled via push. When you get into the use phase, and then subsequently, we do have some circularity in aero already, quite a significant amount. There's a very significant amount of maintenance, repair, and overhaul. And you do strip aircraft down for components, and whole components are recycled back in as used serviceable materials. But there is eventually the point where you get to residual materials, and this is where the challenges start. When we get to the process of stripping down aircraft, you then have challenges on categorization for standardization and collection. And what we're really emphasizing in this group is we need to work through here how we're going to get the infrastructure in place to make this possible, balance cost, quality, energy and capacity in the different recycling and categorization routes, and really try to address this question of balancing the push for the waste to the pull for the secondary materials. So this is our high level view. I'm not going to go down each of the bullet points here. To start out with, really, we need to quantify the challenge. And this is going to be about really understanding whether aerospace and defense have to be treated separately, whether we can actually find sufficient commonality to treat them in one way. And then to deal with, as we go on, hopefully, we will get to starting to get business-to-business engagement to actually sort of work out how to get the supply chains working more effectively. That's going to be a significant amount of work, but where we're aiming to do is really to get the circularity of these high-performance composite materials normalized within the industry. So stripping out the individual activities, in the first year, we're going to focus on mapping the value streams and identifying the blocks. This is really about getting the knowledge on one common playing field. You go and talk to 5 people, ask them what their circularity rates are, you'll get 5 different answers. So we need to get this simple, quantified, and we need to cover it for both production wastes and also end of service. The main mechanism we will use to do that in the first instance is a mapping exercise and an industry survey. The next section is to actually get a task force put together, which is genuinely sufficient to get critical mass for us to get the industry rolling together. Once we've got this task force and we've got all representative parts of the OEM chain together, we'll start on as a starting point to try and get guides on maximizing composite waste recyclability. This is a major challenge and it will be different for end of service and for production wastes. We also need to create positive stories here in order to build engagement and get enthusiasm through the supply chain. So we will be targeting some easy win, things we can do quickly, things we've got people in the room to deliver on. But the most important thing is we've got to get full supply chain engagement. So we'll start out by building the network, get the measurements, we'll build out from there. In the midterm, this is really where the meat of the effort needs to come in. We have to drive maturity of these materials. We've got to find out whether or not the dream of closed loop recycling in these segments that are highly regulated is actually a dream, or is it something that we can do? If it's not possible to get this to work, we need to build alliances with other segments. The regulatory landscape is changing, and it's changing quite quickly. So we will need to identify where the block points are, ensure that we lobby appropriately in order to try and at least ensure that the regulations don't form in an obstructive way, and make sure that we leverage any changes that are going on to maximize the value retention in these material streams. Finally, there are technological requirements that are going to be needed to bring in. We're going to have to sort of start to work around how can we design for dismantling and recycling. There's a huge amount of multi-material challenges, and these are the things that we have to, what we're going to have to push through. At the long term, at the end of the day, we're aiming to get to recycling rates of 30%. That's a big ask. It's ambitious, but that's what we want to get to by 2030, 2035. And we want design and dismantling to be the norm. Closed and open loop recycling paths have to work together. High wastes that you can get straight into application and reuse need to be reused. Those that can't need to be recycled. And there will be a need to build out an industrial footprint to make this possible. So every supply chain partner, you've got to get this embedded in your processes. It's got to be the norm. It can't be something you do as an extra. So in essence, this is a bit of a call to action. We've got everybody here is already engaged, but I'm here not calling to you, I'm calling to the people that you know, the people that you can influence. So we haven't had a concerted collaboration. ECCA's providing us that platform. And now we have to pull together. We've got to break down these barriers. So please join us, help us find the value in these very, very high performance materials and find a way of making them part of a sustainable future.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Great. Over. Thank you so much. Just to remind you, towards the end, after the 5th working group, that's when we'll open it up to questions. So if you have a question for this working group for David, again, keep that under wraps, and then at the end we'll go into those questions directly. And again, very important what we just heard there as well. Again, everybody here in this room, clearly within our, there we are, take your phone, within our networks, we know someone who probably knows someone that will be a perfect fit either for the working group or certainly for what we're doing here today. Let's move on now to the next working group, and this is, you can see on the screen right now, Road Vehicles and Public Transformation. Let's welcome Chair Charles Goebbels and Vice Chair Thomas Wegman.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to speak in front of you. I'm representing Charles and the working group, Road Vehicles and Public Transportation. So what we're talking about is cars, it's trucks, it's buses, it's trains, trams, and how those materials are being used today, being recycled today, and how we would like that to be changed. When we when we look at composite materials in those markets, in those applications, they are really broadly used. They are very nice materials. They have the flexibility to integrate multiple functions into one. You can really make the shape that you want, and it's lightweight, and that's really a nice benefit. In addition to that, in a lot of applications, we're talking about, let's say 10,000, 100,000 parts per year. Composites are very competitive also in terms of cost, and people really appreciate these materials, and therefore they are broadly used. And that is also why we believe that there is a good future for these materials. But at the same time, obviously, we do need to find ways to take care of the waste at the end of use or at the end of life. And I think that's, and we already talked about end of service. I think in many cases, composite parts are much stronger than the other parts in the car. But at the end of the use phase, they need to be reused or recycled. And I think that's what we're going to talk about. So we've been discussing how to do that, because unlike wind and unlike boats, where the waste streams are pretty well defined and pretty well located, in cars and trucks, it's a bit more complicated. It's not the only material inside the car. Typically, in a car, composite materials probably 5%, 10%. In a truck cabin, there's a lot of composite materials. But if you, it's typically the waste streams that have to be processed at the end of life. They contain multiple materials, and the trick is how to separate those materials in the right way, in a cost-effective way. And that's something that we have to work on, and we need to find ways to make it happen in an economic way, so that at the end there's a good business model. We talked about the need for good business models, and that is something that is definitely on our radar screen. So we do believe that we have to work within this the transportation, let's say, value chain, and work with the processes that are already taking the parts back today and are processing the parts, and that's one part. But we'll have to find ways to really overcome the questions around sorting. How can you separate in the right way glass reinforced composites from glass reinforced thermoplastics, thermosets? How can you make sure that you have clean waste streams that can be properly processed and economically processed? And so that's where we are talking about, and that's what we will be working on together with our working group. And that definitely involves to think about how you do that from the start, from the design start. How do you think about being able to design for disassembly, make sure that you can separate out some of those different components in clean waste streams, and that ultimately can be processed in the right way. We see that in Europe, cars are lasting something like 15 to 20 years, which is a good lifetime. We're seeing also that a fair amount of cars are disappearing from Europe, which takes away the possibility to recycle those materials, and those are also some additional things that we need to take care of. So what we've said, the key actions, what we're going to work on is first to make sure that the right people are around the table, which also means that more tier ones and OEMs are going to be involved. So far we have a smaller group of OEMs and tier ones, and we would like to increase the number of people that are around the table. We'd like to understand the present recycling processes. So where does it go right? Where can we improve? How can we work on separating those waste streams in an economic way? There's, as many of you know, there is legislation upcoming to recycle plastics materials in cars at the end of life vehicle directive, and we would like composites to be part of that target. It looks like it's not going to happen for the moment, but I think ultimately we really believe that should be part of the targets in recycling. And but there's more regulations, there's more clarification that has to be done, particularly when you talk about bringing together waste streams from different countries, making sure that we can start to build that critical volume, which is going to be requirements for a cost-effective or good business case in recycling of these materials. I already mentioned circular design. What we also talked about is that we do have good examples of recycling. We do have good examples of where materials already are being recycled and combined. So we have to better communicate about those. And that is the challenge. Our challenge is and perhaps a little bit less in wind and than in boats, is really to build that critical mass, to really build that volume, so we can start doing any processing. And we are not too concerned about the availability of recycling solutions, but really we're concerned about how we can bring together that volume in really sizable quantity so we can process it in the right way. I'll be happy to take more questions later if you want to answer or ask me questions, and we can discuss in a bit more detail. Thank you.
Wonderful. Right, let's move on now to our next working group, Industrial and Recreational Working Group team right now. And we actually have three. We have Giulia Minici, Enrico Bencar, and on the line, hopefully on the screen right now, we also have Sam Donegani.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone, and you'll understand in a minute why we're free for this working group. But so I'm Giulia, I'm the co-founder of Afterwind, and together with Sam, Enrico, and Lorenzo in a minute, we'll be talking a bit about the work that we've done on industrial and recreational and on the constructions working group. We're keeping our institutional hats today, so what you'll see and what you'll read on the slide is the work that this room has done over the past 3 months. So it's not necessarily our personal missions, but it's what you have told us that we wanted to do. And if that's not the case, if what you read doesn't represent where this room wants to drive, just let us know, we'll fix it. Today is the day to make it right, is our construction working group. And that's where I want to start. The industrial working group is ginormous. I think if I asked you guys to raise your hand, you'll see that most of you have either signed up or participated in one of those groups. There's 78 members. Over half of them are the industrial group, and then there's a tail, as you see, so we definitely need more sports and outdoors to join us in the working group. But it makes it for an interesting group, a challenging group, with a lot of discussion. Christian, if you're in the room, do raise your hand, but he kicked us off with our very first working session, and then we've taken that forward from there. For those of you to join, you know that we like to do things live. And when we started, I was afraid that with 78 people, nobody dared saying anything. That is not the case. I can tell you that everybody has a lot of opinion as to where we should go. And the first few sessions were all about aligning what are we going to accomplish as a group. And this is where we landed. This is the mission of the group. I think you can read it. It's written over there, but I'll highlight a few words, those ones in green. So we want to build a connected European ecosystem. We want to work across industry. And our goal is to preserve the intrinsic value of the material. And for those in the room that like definition, you know that all of this drives towards the definition of closed loop. So where does closed loop sit in our roadmap? How are we going to achieve it? And I think the consensus of this room was that we want to enable it. So that is our North Star. But we have certain roadmap limitation, technological limitation, regulation limitation that hinder us to get there right now. So what do we do in the meantime? And I think that's the difference of this group. So when you look at what's stopping us or how we plan to do that, what are our goals? You probably on this slide will not read anything new. It's probably what everybody before me has already said. But what changes is how we're going to do that. There's a sentence that I like a lot, which is strategy without execution is nothing. And I think the execution of those points is what will make the difference. And I think this group has proven that it wants to execute. As a matter of fact, there's been spin-offs of our working group happening that myself and the other chairs weren't even able to keep up with everything that is going on. So much was the conversation in the room and what we wanted to drive. So you'll hear for a minute from Sam and then Enrico about two of those sub-working groups and exactly what they're trying to accomplish in terms of building a business model or a value chain, as well as advancing the technology. So Sam, I hope you got the mic.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, say yes. There we go.
Oh, yeah, yes. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ilkay from Composites Trading in Derby in the UK. So one of the sub-working groups that Julia mentioned that's come out quite naturally from the industrial and recreational group is one that focuses on, as the title hopefully says on the screen, circular value chains and market uptake. So we're focusing on trying to build strong market demand, viable business models for recycled composites. We're looking to connect recyclers, OEMs, end users, establish quality benchmarks, and demonstrate the performance and economic value of circular composites. So in pursuit of that mission so far, we've organised this dedicated work group. We've set ourselves objectives around it, and the main activity at the moment, which echoes some of the comments that I've heard while I've been listening in, is we've constructed a survey, and that's already been sent out to active and revenue generating composites recyclers. So my request to anyone in the room that falls into the category of active and revenue generating composites recycler, if you haven't received this survey, please speak to Julia or Enrico while you're there today, and then I'll pass that on to you. That your input would be very valuable. So what we're seeking to do with that survey is understand what the lay of the land is currently, what the state of the art is really, in terms of actually being a successful composites recycler. So we're trying to learn what the steps in the chain, in the value chain for each of those recyclers are, geographical inputs, you know, where are you based, where is your input coming from, what's the geographical spread of the process, the markets that you're operating in, and you know, is the feedstock coming from the same market and back to it or not? We're interested to learn about commercial models, so you know, where is revenue actually generated, and the product mix. And from there, what we aim to do is analyse the results of the survey and do a SWOT analysis on it to understand where there are already strengths and best practices within the industry that hopefully we can help as a broader community to model, but also look at where there are areas to build on. So any input that anyone that's not yet received the survey but would like to participate would be very appreciated, and we're looking to conclude that by the end of next week. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I'll take over from that. And I think, okay. My name is Enrico Benco from GS4C, and I'm co-chairing the Technical Progress Validation and Barriers group. And there was a lot of discussion going on, very lively, about closed and open loops on this group. And we definitely decided that the technology is there to achieve everything we want. We just need to make it economically viable and sustainable. So this is one of the things that we've been working on, understanding what are the barriers that are preventing this and what are the main issues that we need to assess and to address. And so we identified three main groups. One is the chemistry, definitely the chemistry, knowing what we're working with when we start to recycle things. And so we acknowledge that there are two big groups. One group is what has been piled up for over the last 40 years, which is composite with content that is not clear, nobody really knows what's inside, and this is one of the main issues. Also economically, because when you start recycling, you need to have a consistent stream of recyclable material to recycle to make sure that the output can be as consistent. So of course, doing analysis on each batch is costing time and is costing economically. So, and the other big thing is what is going to happen from now on. How can we make sure that in 20 years from now, in 30 years from now, people won't be sitting in a room saying, we have a big pile of stuff that has been produced over the last 40 years. So defining a roadmap, defining guidelines, definitely design for disassembling has been mentioned. And definitely a digital passport is one of the things that have been one of the main focus of the discussion. Like, we need a digital passport. We need to make sure, and this has been mentioned this morning as well, we need to make sure that not just what is being produced from now on is being produced with track monitoring of what inside, but also everything that comes into the EU is coming in with a mandatory digital passport. And there was a lot of discussion also about business models, trying to understand how do we propose this? Is this recycling to create products or recycling as a service? Is that on site? Is that centralized? And this opens up the issues that have been as well mentioned previously about logistics, moving secondary raw materials across the EU. It needs to be facilitated, and this is also one of the main things that have been considered and discussed. So this is what we've been working on, basically building up guidelines, building up a document that by the end of next year could produce suggestions for the legislators, saying this is what have been hampering the development of this industry, and this is what we need to be addressed. And I think this sums it up. Oh.
Before we'll hand it over to the construction working group, just an ask for the people in the room. We have another 2 hours of working together after this session, and so take what you've heard, take what you like and what you don't like, give us your opinion. Let's keep discussing this. And the goal coming out of today is, how do we make this sustainable? How do we make this initiative stick year and year again, so that it doesn't die after 3 months of working group, but is actually something that we can drive forward? Thanks.
Absolutely. So important there. Again, today, what is today? Today is about the discussion. It's about those perspectives. It's about perhaps contrasting perspectives as well. But again, at the end of it is really to come together and kind of work out and make sense of things, to have those steps forward that certainly we can all take, not just in our working groups, but as today as a whole. Right, let's move on now from the industrial and recreational working group, and we shift our focus to construction, the construction working group, and two people that are going to help us to understand this slightly better: Lorenzo Grazia and Giulia Minici once again. It's nice to hear.
Sorry, me again. Hi. Yes, so now we'll talk construction. That's actually where my journey in ECCA started, and I think it's the group that is in my heart, even though it's a difficult group. It's the other side of the spectrum. Is the smallest group probably in this auditorium and this portal, but definitely lots of opinion and lots of strength in that group as to how we want to drive it forward. We did a bit of a different exercise with this group, because I guess like we could, given the size, and we really started with the end. So if you want to play this game with us, but we started with a question which was like, imagine it's 2035 and circular composites are fully mainstream, in this case in construction, and a newspaper catches on that. What would you like the headline to say? And on the board, you can see some of the ideas. This is what people in the construction working group are dreaming. This is what 2035 looks like for the people driving that. And again, you can see that there's ambition, there's drive, there's wanting to do good for the industry. And then again, same question as for the industrial and recreational, like, how do we get there? What's the answer to get there? And so from this vision and this dream, what we did is we actually wrote a press release so we can make it available for the other working groups. But that's what you would probably read, in 2035 if we do this right with the construction working group. And from there, we turn to the question of how. And on the right, you can see the how, that's the mission. Now to my fellow construction working group member and ask for today, let's get better at the how. So as I was rereading that before coming in, I think it's a bit long. And while I commend the ambition and the vision of what we want to do, I think it is difficult to get that done. And so if we could spend today to hone into what actually we want to do over the next 3, 5, 10 years, I think that's going to be good for us. And linked to that, before I hand it over to Lorenzo, is like, I think there's 3 things that we've been discussing over and over in this group that are kind of stopping us at the moment that we need to tackle head on, which is the thought of low penetration of composites in construction. So some numbers were thrown out there that is only 1% of the materials used in construction. And so on the one side is increasing the penetration, but on the other side, one of the questions that we ask is, what do we define as composite in the construction space? And it's a question that we always run ourselves back into. So maybe we can think about it a little different for this industry. Second question is technology. And I mean, you all know it, but what technology is available by when? And my favorite discussion point of this group is cement co-processing. Yes, but no, when, for how long, and so on and so forth. And so there we really need to think through about our journey. And then finally, the scope of what we're trying to achieve. So are we thinking of recycling construction composites, or are we thinking about the use of recycled composites in construction? Because oftentimes construction is seen as an opportunity to reuse composites from other sectors. So I think those are the 3 things for today as we then break off in our working group.
Yeah.
And so, oh.
Thanks a lot, Julia. So my name is Lorenzo Grazia. I'm the vice chair of this group. Let me say, it was very happy to join this group. I come from Polint, that is a raw material supplier in the world of composite. Just to jump to the conclusion of what we have, let me say, discussed a lot during our meeting, even if the number of people, as Julia said, is very limited. But I believe that the construction group can be one of the main fuel for the circularity of the composite material. The last thing that we want to discuss is something related about, as Julia said, we did the job. Try to imagine in 10 years from now what we have done in the past. So we need to even talk about responsibility, ownership, and commitment, because we need to approach the composite recycling in Europe as a single market. So we can discuss about construction, we can discuss about aerospace and other groups, but finally, I think that we will target to a full and a single way to approach the composite material, because this is also one of the pillars to trying to get a real business model competitive on the market. Because in this moment, the business model missing and lack of business model is something that is playing a key role in what we are trying to do. The ownership is something really important, because another important point that we realize we need, and this is something that we already know that is jumping on the table of the other groups, is related to laws, borders, definition of trying to get what is before the real recycling. We need something to help our recyclability, because we need rules, we need dedicated waste codes, we need free borders across the European countries, and so on. And finally, what we need to we need to commit with our groups in an horizontal and transversal way, because we really believe that the investment can be something necessary, because in this moment there are a lot of industries working in the recyclability of composite material, but we are still at the beginning.
we are not able in this moment to recycle all the composite waste we are producing year after year. So we need the help from the politician. We see before the speech by our colleagues. I think that we need to target milestone and pillars to be focused on and to push at the maximum level in order to get this recyclability, something that in 10 years will be real, because we really believe that the composite material recycling must be something that European countries must push as a real business model. So this is what we did discuss, and I mean, as already mentioned by Giulia, this afternoon we can be open to deeply discuss all the topics. So thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. Let's move on now to our next working group, which Julia is not the chair of. So or is she? Maybe, I don't know. Come and join. So we move on now to our next working group, the crossover group, an intriguing group, if you like, really sort of looking at really all the combinations of really how everything kind of coming together, and sort of seeing maybe things from a bigger picture from all the other working groups as well. I'm intrigued as much as you are really to hear how this is going to unfold right now. And with me right now is the chair, Philip Easthill, and vice chair at the end of this table right here, Helen Boston.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you to Thomas for already giving us some homework. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And maybe the others too. First of all, very nice to be here. Our association that I have the pleasure of running, European boating industry, represents the recreational boating industry, which is really at the forefront of composites, at the forefront of new materials and recycling. So I'm very happy to be part of this, and I'm very happy to go with Helen to be co-chairing this crossover working group, which we already heard has a lot of different areas to deal with. Maybe starting with the objectives. This is what we defined together in our working group. So the obvious part of our work is the crossover, the synergies across all the different working groups to breaking down those barriers, and we heard a lot of that already in the last couple of presentations. The second part is around the regulatory and funding barriers. This is really important. This is what our mission as EBI is, and what also the mission of ECCA and many other associations here in Brussels is, to really start at that European level to break down those barriers, to have that common market for waste, and to make sure all the waste can be shipped across borders and can be recycled. We're doing that together with a CircComp group, and I will come back to that later on. But the last point also is to the communication part that was in Thomas's homework, the end user markets, to the awareness, and to have that total industry review, which is the sort of closed loop, open loop discussion. I think we have the second largest working group with 66 members, but still we are inviting many more people to join us if you are interested. Also, the best way to start, of course, is to ask what is going on. So we also did a survey, and thank you to Helen for putting all of this together. We had 23 respondents, but a lot of very high quality and very good responses. So a lot of it, understandably, from raw materials and trade associations, which is actually a good thing, because the trade associations, they have that network, they know what is going on the ground. So we have a lot of very good feedback. We can share this with you afterwards, but I think the most interesting part is here on the left side of the screen, the key messages, and I hope we can pass them on to our counterparts in the European Commission that were here this morning. The first key message is policy is the least supportive on the side of recycling. EU legislation is not seen as actively enabling composite circularity. At best, it's neutral, and at worst, it's often restrictive. So that's really important for us to work on, and a lot of administrative burden. But we know that these are the priorities of the European Commission at this point in time. So I think we have a lot of momentum to achieve something here. The top three structural barriers are the missing EU waste codes. I think we're very well aware of that. It's the issue of sort of cross-border, knowing what's coming and being able to actually provide information and data, and inconsistent classification. The second part is the lack of harmonized end of waste criteria for a lot of our products, and there's a lot of products that we're covering, of course. And the last part is the lack of financial incentives for the scaling up of recycling. In terms of the national frameworks, I don't want to go into too much detail here, but this was really interesting. We were also asking, okay, at national level, what is going well, what is not going so well, and what encourages circularity and what discourages circularity. And what we found is that the countries where progress is being made is the ones where they have a strict, strong landfill policy, so banning landfilling of composites, sometimes use of extended producer responsibility, dedicated funding, and clear regulatory pathways. So all of these things coming together is what makes it strong. And with some of that elements missing, that's when there's issues. So I think this is something that we can work on as well, because as European associations, we do love to blame Brussels, and we do love to say all of this has to happen at European level, but a lot of measures and a lot of regulation also comes at the national level, and we need to make sure all of those different pieces are there and working together. But I think that's what we want to do also with ECCA. So coming a bit to what we heard about this morning about the Circular Economy Act, this is really important. I cannot stress that enough. For us, it's really important as EBI, and together with my colleague Marina is over there, we are working a lot on this, and we're also working on this in the CIRCOM group, which is sort of the associations working together at that European level. And you have all of the main associations that are involved in this work here at the bottom of the screen. And when we were reviewing the documents from the Circular Economy Act, what we see as positive is that it already talks around carbon fiber and it talks about glass fiber, which it's 2 mentions in a very long document, but let me tell you, that's already a very big step, and part of our common work has been to achieve this. So we put together a very good position paper, in my opinion, around the Circular Economy Act, which we submitted a couple of weeks ago, I believe, which is really the sort of cross-composite value chain position on the Circular Economy Act. And what we have identified in that, and it fits with a survey that I just talked about, is the lack of a supportive regulatory framework and the lack of incentives. And we put all of our issues, all our demands together in sort of 3 main policy demands. The first one is around supporting the business case of recycled materials and making it economically rewarding. So we talked in there around streamlining and speeding up of permitting, revising the Waste Framework Directive, funding and incentives, even maybe potentially lower VAT for recycled products, all of those things. The second part of strengthening waste classification and traceability, it's around those famous waste codes. It's around making dismantling easier as well. And the last point is around ensuring technological neutrality in recycling pathways. We already heard around cement co-processing. All of that needs to be integrated so it can be used. All of the technology that is out there, we need to make use of it to actually make a step forward quite fast. If you want to have a deeper look at the position paper, you can look at it on the left, but you can look at it in more detail on the right-hand side by scanning the QR code. So this is a bit what we want to take forward also in the group, the crossover working group, which is really focused on that crossover part, but also on the regulatory and the funding part. So if you're not yet part of it, please do join us. We definitely have some ideas, and we look forward to discussing with many of you this afternoon. Thank you.
Fantastic. Great. Wonderful. Thank you very much. Take your seats. Fantastic. So we've just heard from 5 different working groups, what they've been planning, the discussions, the plans ahead, the steps forward. So I can imagine very many of us here curious, like to know more, maybe even like to challenge what they've heard as well. So now is the time where we'll open it up for questions again from everybody here in this room, but also those of you that are online as well. You've got a question, you're curious, pop it in the chat, and we'll address those right now with all our chairs and vice chairs of the working group. So if you have a question, just pop up your hand, press that big red button, and then fire away with your question, just letting us know who it's actually aimed at or for. Questions? Gentleman there. It works.
Yeah, Dave and Thomas mentioned missing tier 1s and OEMs. What do you believe, and Matt, through the rest of the group, what do you believe is the hook for the OEMs, particularly what's going to get them involved?
It's a slide.
Yeah, I know.
It's interesting. We get a mixed message from the OEMs and tier 1s. They're very supportive in principle. They're also extremely tight on resource. And because of the mechanisms that the way that they run their projects, they're quite long projects, their resource allocations, not that agile. So we're going to have to find ways of engaging with them. We've had very positive feedback from them that something is needed. This is what's needed, certainly in the aerospace and defence segments. But we've got to find a way of bringing them in order to be able to allow them to contribute. At the end of the day, an aerospace prime doesn't own the aircraft when it's at the end of its life. They control a lot of the strings that determine how recyclable it is. So there's aspects to bring in, but we can take it step by step.
Thank you. Any other? Yeah, please do.
I think that you're very right, that also in automotive, also when you design a truck or a train, and the way you design it, there's a big influence on how you can disassemble the parts, disassemble the whole assembly, and convert the individual parts into specific materials afterwards. I think what's in it for the OEM is that it's the value of composites, and so composites are not in trains, are not in cars because they are just there. They're there for a reason, and the reason in many cases is lightweight, in many cases it's durability, in many cases it's the ability to design the shape and to integrate multiple functions. I think that goes for trains, it goes for planes. And I think for that reason, composites, we believe, are going to continue to be used in those different applications. But then we can help OEMs, we can help the ones to work at the end of life for making sure that parts, when it's ready, when the parts are really reaching the end of their life, are going to be processed in the right way.
Thank you. Any other questions? Again, just pop up your hand. Yeah.
Yes. It's fascinating to listen to everyone speak, and it reminds me of an elephant, which is a very big elephant to eat. So, question to every group: what's the first bite that we take?
What's going to happen?
Who would like to begin? Yeah. I'll just give you this. Just put that in front of you. Just put it in front of you.
So there's a few things that we have to put our teeth in, if you like. I've already I've mentioned a few. I think the first thing is really to understand how it's done today, and understand. So when we're talking about recycling cars, when we're talking about recycling buses and trains, how is it done today, and how is that complexity of these different materials in that mix, how is that managed, and how can we improve on that, and then define very specifically how, if we are in let's say 3 years, 5 years from now, which questions do we want to have answered, which things do we have to put in place to make sure that things are going to happen and ultimately are going to deliver the solution. So really be very, very, very specific. And that actually is also the subject of this afternoon's discussion in automotive, in the transportation group, is really, okay, what are the things that we want to, actually answer short term, which is going to give us the key information for developing the solutions.
Theoretical maybe, but for me it's always people. That's the first thing we need to do. People drive the change, people make the change, people make the difference. I think the first step, ECCA gave it to us, enlist a group of volunteers, people that have the drive to do it. They are in this room, so this room has to make then the next step. And the next step to me is create a sense of urgency. Why now? Why do we need to do this now? Why is 2026 the year in which we will make a difference? Therefore, communication. Get out there, talk, get more people in the room.
And I think we had this discussion about the low-hanging fruit, And so where do we start? You mentioned about 10% of your production that doesn't reach the customer. At the same time, there's a lot that the customer throws away before they get impregnated. So before they clean waste, that is probably clean waste that doesn't need a recycling process. It only needs to be returned to the supplier. So this is probably the easiest way to start. And also to work out that inverse logistics you were mentioning.
Just yeah, oh, sorry. Just to add, I fully agree with Julia. This is we can divide the approach on stage approach, make people sensible about this topic. Behind the stage, I'm more on scientific side. Identify which are the different composite material to be recycled, because we are not talking about of only one thing, one type, two types. There is a multiverse of different composite material, and identify the most suitable technological way to recycle the composite material. We cannot rely on 100 different recycling processes. We need to identify the most suitable and ready to the market.
We'll just go here, just here. We'll just pass down the small microphone. Can you just pass down the small microphone? Wonderful. There we are.
So as you can see, it's a pack of bytes that you're getting, not just one. But from my perspective, I think it's already been touched upon, and that's getting the OEMs involved. Nelly actually gave us some numbers. There's less than 10% of people here represent part manufacturers or OEMs. If we can't create a value proposition that OEMs buy into, then whatever we do, we're going to be exciting ourselves, but there isn't anyone that's going to pay for what we do. So we have to get the OEMs involved, and I think that's got to be a key ask. And I would ask that all the working groups think about that, how to get OEMs involved. So the question that was asked, I think, was very valid.
Yeah. Another comment. Our elephant is, yeah, it's quite a big one. So fundamentally, we need to get sustainable business propositions. So what we'll do in aerospace and defense is start where the money is. And that means focusing on carbon. Has the highest residual value. There's two sources of that. The straightforward one is all the production waste, the residuals that we've talked about. We need to normalize getting those collected and into recycled form. That's the straightforward one. It's still pretty hard. The end of service challenge is a different one. And there we really need to take the time to actually identify where the balance is between reusing components and relifing components, and where the balance is between actually committing it to being broken up. At the moment, there are a lot of components that are not really efficiently used. They actually have very high other material values. There's a lot of titanium in aerospace components. About 50% of the value sits in titanium, about 50% in residual carbon. So to tackle that, we will engage with the OEMs and the dismantlers to identify the simplest, most universally applicable subcomponent of an aircraft to use as the case study. And the likelihood is it will be the horizontal and the vertical tailplane, because those are on every single aisle, and the same technology and design is more or less used in the wide bodies as well. So pick a case study, make it work, and get the maximum value out.
Over to Philip. We'll just pass that down to the end, Philip.
Thank you very much. I was hoping you would throw it over, but maybe not. You were asking about eating an elephant, and there's sort of the smell of food wafting over. It's given me a very strange image in my head. Our group is focused on regulation, so to say something will happen next year is probably impossible. But I will give you two examples about what we are doing in our industry, in the boating industry. So One aspect that we're working on is life cycle assessment. So to give yards, to give manufacturers the tools to actually check what is the best option in terms of circularity, the most sustainable option in terms of resins, in terms of fibers, etc. And that's something that we're doing together with 20 of the largest European yards, and in future also with our American and global colleagues. And the second part that we're doing is we're part of a project in which we're actually giving young people and people in our industry the skills to work on materials and new materials. So I think it's really around actually making sure that all of this becomes part of educational material, both academic but also very much vocational education. So those would be my two answers. Thank you.
Yep.
I will just take a simple example. It's for the cars. It's we are the elephant. It's not the others. So when you have 4 cars to purchase, you need to have the right argument, price, ecological. And I think it's only maybe 10% of the population who really cares about environment. And 90% of the population, the biggest market, cares about cost price. So we have to think about, what will I do if I have to purchase a car, a helmet to go to wars or to take the airplane, or to make it economically viable, and think not about the others to do the effort, but what will be the impact of into us and also for our industries. So which is good. And we have to remember that we are the elephant, not the others.
Fantastic. I think we have a question from one of our online viewers. You can either read that out or get it on the screen.
Goals. Question is this: when it comes to a finished product, whether it's a vehicle or a building material, is the common end user prepared to pay a premium because their product is made from recycled content? Let's consider a specific example. Would the average home buyer willingly accept a higher price for their new home, knowing that the construction materials include, say, 5% recycled content?
Can you remember that? What a question. Who would like to go for that one?
One-word answers.
Yeah, one-word answers.
I'll have a go. Oh, sorry. Press this one now. Okay. Sorry. So, I can't say it's a political question, can I? At the end of the day, this depends really heavily on which market, which part of the market you're dealing with. If you're in premium products, people will pay a premium for recycled if it aligns with their identity. You can see this already. You can buy extremely expensive tables and chairs just made from recycled wool, and people pay eye-watering amounts for them, and that's just for that. So in some markets, people will pay premiums, but they won't pay for it if it's a standard piece of equipment or something that they need to buy. It needs to be normalized. This is the point, is that now in carbon's case, in a lot of instances, recycled carbon fiber is almost indistinguishable from, in a lot of ways, from the original material. It retains a very large proportion of the characteristics. Lots of carbon fiber is made just to be chopped up. There's no reason to chop up virgin carbon fiber that's continuous if you've got a decent recycling system. So that's the way to think about it, displacing less efficient ways of using materials with more materially efficient ways of using materials, but they shouldn't be asked to pay for it.
Okay, I have a question from the gentleman at the back there. Just press the red button and give us your question.
Sure that not only at least starting from the industries are ready to pay more for recycled carbon. Second thing is that there are different way because we are talking composite. The composite is a really wide sector. But anyway, is every time is always the best and the most higher cost period. If we talk, for example, a simple product like the roofing, the fiberglass roofing, so we are talking low cost, low quality. Again, is something that is costly in respect a galvanized steel part is used because it will last much longer, will not rust, and so on. My experience is that we need to think to the composite as with a broader wide view. First, we need all the possible technology because we can't focus on preparing or chosen technologies. Recycling chains doesn't work like this. If you think, for example, to something that is recycled from centuries like paper, cellulose, paper is not recycled just to make a copy paper. It's made from the egg containers. You can make carton, you can make a lot of different things. Each one with different technologies. The other good thing for all us is that there is a really enormous market of products made not for the big performance, but for performance better respect the no-composite material. The world is full of traditional virgin products that will rot, that will rust, that will degrade very fast.
Politely, I'm just going to ask you just to get to the question part of the statement, only because of time.
Possible to do all the rest. One of the interesting things to do is, for example, to consider a value-added tax different in a part of the standard value-added tax and the part designed is calculated from on the CO2 content or from an PD or an LCA.
I really need you just to get to the question. What is the question? Thank you.
Would you think that will be a change in the rules of value-added tax maybe solve part of the problem of the sustainability of the recycling of composite?
Thank you. Who would like to go for that? Short and sweet.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction. The reduced taxation is one of the key topics that I believe has been put on the table by all the groups during our discussion, because it's one of the key messages that in this moment we need to put on the table of the politician and the policy to have a real sustainable and reliable business model. Because as we said before, we are, let me say, fighting in a new war, because the recyclability and recycle of the composite material is something that is fighting against the virgin material production from oil. So we are talking about of 200 years old industries that is efficiency, that is reliable, the processes have been already full paid and so on. To be competitive, we need to look at 360 degrees, so all the technologies, and surely the business model can be sustainable only if we talk about even of discounted taxation, let me say, just to summarize a bit this. So this is something that has been deeply discussed.
Right, this is where we're going to stop right now, only because of time, naturally. So from where I'm standing right now, and I guess you as well, there's this nice smell coming through the door. I'm not quite sure whether it's elephant or maybe just David's aftershave. I'm not quite sure, but it smells great. So, ladies and gentlemen, very shortly we'll be going for lunch at 1 o'clock right now in a few moments. That will continue until 2:15 until 2:15, and then you simply need to make your choice naturally of the working group that is relevant for you. You can see on the screen there exactly the room number of where you should be. Choose what's relevant for you. And again, remember, at the end of all this, at the end of these workshops for the working groups, again, really sort of to get down to the nitty gritty and really have those exchanges that we really need face to face right here in Brussels at 4 o'clock, back here at 4 o'clock, to kind of give us a kind of again an overview of really what's been unfolding throughout the afternoon. So enjoy your lunch, enjoy that elephant, and we'll be back here after the workshops at 4 o'clock to have an overview of exactly what's unfolded. So thank you so much. And once again, thank you. Round of applause for all our chairs and vice chairs. Thank you so much. Group photo. Are we going to have a group photo? I think we will. Nelly?
Yeah, of course, but all thanks to you. Can you just say
Stand up.
Right in the middle, so like that we can make a group picture with all of you. That would be wonderful.
So we down here.
Yeah, go for the.
Questo è difficilissimo da gestire.